Atoll Station. Everyone, Battle Station. We have 31 allies. We're going up against 6 enemies. I need 5 assists from healing. I think I have them. Let's see. Gator Paws is in first place. Nursing Geek is in second. Nyx Flare is in third. And we're done. And yep, I have my assist. Good. Out of the way. Gator Paws is in first place. 2 kills, 6 assists. Nyx Flare is in second place with 2 assists. And Nursing Geek is in third with 2 kills. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Or a Bluer Swede? Neither. So the gold is up for grab and the Buster is not claimed by anyone. So Ryu Lane gets gold along with Arcten Telemetros. And Gator Paws has been busted. And we move on to an easy battle on the way to the skin chest. Yeah. And rogues. Rogues this morning. So, yeah, let's go here. It is past 8 a.m. So beyond clearing my quest, it is time to visit the shop where anything not 30, which just means my archers, because I'm now in control of what I raise, is getting purchased. I am above 20k, and that is that. So half an hour to see how this turns out. Hello, Darth! Welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. And now to visit the viewer side, shop where anything neither 30 nor 1 is getting purchased. I'm above 50k. Wow, I'm above 55. I'm above 60. Which is surprising considering all the scroll I managed to purchase. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Thursday, post-hump day. I hope you have good walking shoes to go down the hump. Hope you are careful in approaching the weekend. You do not want to scare it away. Thursday, yes, for those who follow that nomenclature. I hope the week has been going well. I hope you know what? Where is it? I'm gonna forego the walking because I've got stuff to show you, Darth. So, the yeah, that doesn't work. All right, I'm gonna do this like that. So, it came in along with one of the bars that I'm going to be using. This was in part to fill up the Amazon order because I'm not willing to pay shipping. So I always bring it up above the minimum. And I knew I was going to use that. And knowing I was going to use that, quickly a problem occurred. Okay, well, let's start with this. I'm over this. As I expected, this, like I said, being able to use it in this orientation would have been ideal, but I cannot because any kind of pressure causes this to wobble up and down. So I will have to use it in that orientation, and I've tested it, and it's very solid in that orientation. So, you know, it's fine. The one issue that there is, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to really show you properly, is that yeah, I can't remove those. Is that the joint for the two are very different. Now, fortunately for me, this comes with two size of sockets. So, well, whatever they're called. I know they're not called sockets. So I can buy a properly sized joint ball for this and screw it in, and then all that will work. So I've actually ordered that. I should be receiving this on the weekend, and the one issue that occurs is, and I'm not going to be able to test it until I get my order, but I am confident I can work around it if it's not, you know, is the size of this screw on the other set, because I need to screw the magnet on, and I don't know if that's gonna work. But yeah, I received it, was able to test it, and I've ordered everything I have, and it's expensive. Like, you know, quality stuff costs. But quality stuff lasts, hopefully. So yeah, that should hopefully deal with that. I mean, and you know, it's just a question of setting it up after that. And I'm probably going to use, well, probably I will try to use the opportunity to update, to change the wiring. It's just long enough to not cause me problem right now, but it's tight, so I don't like that tightness. So I'm going to, I've ordered, I received a while back a longer cable. But yeah. Today is the world, which is I need to set up something else because Microsoft Windows. Oh yeah, that's not what I want. Where are you linking to? Oh, start menu programs. That's this. I am trying to find out where the program actually is. Ah, there you are. Okay. Let's see. Wait, no, this is unwanted company. not the one I want, although it let me link it. Where is the World Witches? Okay. I know where it should be. It is not there. Oh, that's annoying. And yes, this is me getting distracted again. Yeah, looks like Darth didn't stick around. I was expecting him to comment. Oh well. Oh, there you are. And yes, I am. All right. Hey, unknown soul. Welcome to the stream. Are we traveling? No, but my characters are. I've been using this as a template for the journey. Dennis started. There we go. Dennis started here. That is, you know, where court is located. We traveled to Toronto, had a bit of an adventure there, and now they are on their way to Detroit. Your old stomping ground, very cool. I'm actually in Brampton. I am 410, 47. Right, no, 410 on this side. Baird. There's Brenton. I am right here. Well, actually, no, technically, I am right here. Fleetwood Estates. But yeah, they are traveling in right now. As I left the previous chapter, they're right here. And they are heading to... oh, it's not like I have a sign saying that, you know, advertising that. And because of the way Brandon's direction sense works, it works in a straight line. So he knows that his destination is here. But his sense doesn't let him get around the lake immediately. So, I mean, he knows there's a lake, you know, but he's not in a hurry, and he wants to stay away from the main trading route, which is where the 401 used to be. So, you know, they are... So this is about 160 kilometers. So we're looking at 16 to 20 days of travel. And a reason why, in my context, it's that knowing that is important. Your viewers have created an elaborate story on how you're using dark magic to turn your followers into Canadians. Travel car before it will tell you how long it would get. But the thing with Google Maps is that it will only use approved routes. It will not let the road cross, make a straight line to a fixed point. So that's why I'm using an old Microsoft Streets and Trip, because it lets me do that, because that's how they're traveling. They're traveling in a pure straight line. Because that's how an explorer's direction sense works. He is familiar with Detroit, so if he thinks about the city, he knows where it is in relation to him. But his sense does not route around obstacles. That is something, you know, that he needs to do himself. So, you know, he's gonna hit here, he's gonna hit the lake, and at that point they're gonna walk around the lake to hit Detroit, which actually includes Windsor at this point. Detroit is actually, you know, makes it all the way to about the east side of Dearborn Heights. They don't exist anymore. This is taking place 30 years after a system apocalypse, where the rules of reality have been rewritten. One of the first costs of that rule was life. 60% of the Earth's population died. And of that 40% left, about 25% is no longer human. The second what happened after that is that computers stopped working. They, you couldn't do anything with them. So, 90% of the infrastructure failed. That's in part where the big cost of life comes from. We are so dependent on technology, it killed a lot of people. But the rules of the world also changed. They've become, gamified. Like, the world now runs like a video game of sorts. Do I have any published work that takes place in Ontario, Canada? Not at this point. And this will not take place entirely in Ontario, Canada. I can't tell you why, but out of habit, I tend to put my stories which takes place in the real world in the U.S. Force a habit, like the Inheriting the Line story is centered around Denver. Monster and Batman starts in Phoenix, Arizona. This will cover North America, East and Central in the first book, because Dennis is going first to Fort Knox, and after that he's going to Kansas City, and then he's coming back to court. The end of the story is Kansas City. The end of the conclusion of the adventure is going to take place in Kansas City. After that, I'm probably just going to have an epilogue with him returning. Hey, the lady writes, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? How was your stream? How is your day coming along? Please contact me for detail. Please contact me for why I'm not going to recommend Windows to anyone. Stream was amazing. I need to put something here. Yeah, I should have waited. All right. Let me see if people join in. Finishing team page on the website. Which is good. Yeah, I got your message. It's up when I'll work on that. Every time but page updated. Cool. Well, working out. Yeah, mapping something. Mapping the route Dennis and gang will be taking to reach Detroit, which in this world includes Windsor. And so you imply that your workplace is that your work takes place in Canada and delivered with love. She moved provinces. Very cool. Yeah. I can't explain why. Okay. It probably has mostly to do with the fact that growing up, all the television I watched took place in the U.S. Because I watched English-speaking television. Most of it, was PBS, NBC, ABC. I did have some CBC. But let's be honest here. Canadian television has always been sort of niche. If only because the quality is reflective of the kind of money that can be put into it. This is not a TV is bad. This is not Canadian TV is bad. Canadian TV can be very good. There's been some amazing Canadian shows. I mean, I remember watching Beachcombers when I was a kid, and I remember loving the thing. Da Vinci's Inquest, although that was less my stuff. But it still came with a difference in look, in feel, because the budget was very different. So, because I'm a science fiction fan, I tended to lean into US television. And I think it's why anytime that I've reflexively every time I reflexively put a story in the real world, my reflex has been the US. I do have, now that I'm thinking about it, a story. I mean, it's never been done. I've got a couple episodes in it. UCR, which is a very, very, very bad title for what it actually is, but it was a working title. Although I liked it. Keeping in mind this was written in the very early 2000s, back where computer stores were a little different, and because UCR stood for Universal Computer Repairs, and it was a front for an agency that governed superpowered people. And the reason it was set in Ontario, in Toronto at the time, is because the main character was a fictionalized version of myself, and I had moved to Ontario. And yeah, like I had, and in my head, it was going to be written as television episodes, so very episodic, very narrow-minded. I think I have somewhere. I think the first full season mapped out. I had ideas for. If I remember correctly, the full story was 5 seasons. And yeah, like it was the expression of a world I created for superpowered people, how they came to be and all that. For someone who doesn't believe, okay, let's be clear. I never call this a superhero story. It's always been superpowered because I do not believe in the concept of the superhero. And yeah, like it's just been. Like, I don't know that I would be. I don't know that, one, I would get back to it, that I would want to get back to it. It is very me in the early 2000s. And I won't say the story is cringeworthy, but my writing style has changed so much. And I mean, if I were to rewrite it, the first thing that would happen is I would remove any and all direct connection to me, because even though it was a fictionalized version, I threw in a lot of my life in it. There are things I could leave, but there are others that I really, really could not keep in there. Because it was based on my literal personal life, so and involved other people. So, but yeah, like that's literally the only story I can think of taking place in Toronto. The story itself, the bulk of the story itself took place in Toronto. When the story starts, the main character is already in Toronto. It's part of the backstory that explains how he got his powers, and where he's from, because he is from Trois-Rivières. And yeah, but yeah, like this is the route Dennis and gang are taking to reach Detroit. So did I save this? Yeah. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 11 enemies. Ticketus is in first place. Jennymon is in second. Wow. Foxy is in second. Jennymon is in third. And we're done. We have won. A replication of the last battle. That Dork Tigris is in first place, 1 kill, 6 assists. Foxy Fan is in second place with 3 assists, and Jenny Mon is in third, 3 kills. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp or a Bluer Swede? We don't, and Busters are not currently claimed. So, Spider and Helpful Onion get gold. Nyx Flare has been busted. And I get scrolls. And we move on to a moderate battle before the skin chest. You need to grab breakfast, the lady writes. Enjoy. And it's rogues again. And you know what? Let's just... I think these are roads. They should not block us. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. I wanted to just remove that point because I want a distance to this to the link. Alright, so I'm gonna make that 10 days. And now I should have done that before, but I did not. I need to bring up the files for the story. As the thing with litRPG, there's a lot of supporting files. All right. One of the reasons I'm not sure I'll be writing another litRPG story. Hey, litRPG, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Shy, so apologies. Apologies. Shy Revenge, welcome to the stream. And how are you doing today? Job hunting. Ah. Debating trying for blood and plasma donation. Is that something that is complicated? Is that something you need to qualify for? Up here in Canada, unless things change, you just need to walk in and they'll take it. You do not get remunerated for it, but they do, just take it. You do have to fill a questionnaire, and because I'm honest, they never take my blood, but, so looking into it. So that is R6. Actually, no. That's done with it. On the plus side, yesterday you wrote 132 lines while in the Writing Troops stream. Very cool. Congrats. 3%, 30%. Well, a third. So plus 3. That should be R. Which is possibly going to change things a little bit, but. And yeah, I am doing a mix of procrastinating and fixing files. Hey, Christy, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Why is this incorrect. Okay. Oh, so that's the end of it. What I really need to do is find a way to fix that. That number needs to be higher. Really be nice if I could have an easy way to do that, but so this would technically would be this. You're doing well? Cool. I am doing well. I heard mention of procrastination. Yeah, I should be writing. But this is my litRPG project. It is not a project that is easy for me. And I found a flaw in some of the math, some of the formulas I've been using. So I'm fixing that instead of writing. And as I was saying, this is one of the reasons why I don't think I'll write litRPG after this. If I write another story, if I write more stories in this world, they will not, like, I will not write them as litRPG. I'm going to keep the elements, but I am definitely not going. Because dealing with this, and the thing is that I really don't have to, but I told myself I would. So dealing with this is really, really, really not easy for me. It's R34. So this becomes S. So Q. I would love to come up with the, well, no, I would love for somebody else to be dealing with this. But yeah, it's that simple. Welcome back, Shy. Hunting down a wireless mouse. Yeah, well, you know, without wires, it's hard to find them sometime. At least with a wire, you can grab them by the tail and pull them back to you. Alright, this is done. That's been dealt with. Is there anything? No, that's pretty much. I don't think even Wallaceburg has it yet. know what? Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 60 allies. We're going up against 6 enemies. Are we really not getting that many enemies? Sigma's in first place, and so Raptor's in second. Papaya is in third. Everything on the strength of assists. Because, yeah. Sigma OS is in first place, 20 assists. Insoraptor is in second place, 12 assists. Papaya is in third, 9 assists. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Or a blue or Swede? Gold's up for grabs. Saints and vampires are not currently claimed by anyone. So, that Dork Tigris has been bitten. Kevin Yeti gets gold and Bone Ska is sainted. And we move on to the skin chest. Where? Oh, I need to clear that quest. Not that it's going to... Actually, yes, it is going to change stuff because I'm on to archers. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Fuck. Because if I give him a new skill, I gotta rewrite everything. Because these won't adapt. Oh, man. Well, and that's why I'm not a fan of this, because I always encounter situations like these where I need to fully rethink what I'm doing, and you know, as you can imagine, that takes me out of the writing. Okay, I think I know how I can do that. It does mean I need to rewrite everything now, but it should mean that I don't have to I won't have to it should allow me to add skills without having to rewrite everything after that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's already giving a problem. All right, and now that becomes, remove that and make that this. All I gotta do is make sure that and that is fixed. Actually, no, I don't want to do that right now. Because what I want to do first is take that, move it here. Now I can lock that. And this is in part because of how my mind works. I do not have the ability to see multiple steps ahead. If I'm in an environment I am familiar with, I can maybe see 2 steps ahead. You know, I can see, okay, if I make that decision, I'm going to deal with that. Then I want to take into account that. If I am not familiar, and for as much as I've used Excel in my life, it is not an environment I'm familiar with. I cannot think, okay, if I do this, then that problem might occur down the line until the problem has occurred. I very much have to encounter the problem, then deal with it. And it leads to things like this, where I've made a fix and realize after the fact, well after the fact, that this caused a new situation that I have to handle. Oh, damn it. Right, I forgot to do that here. You know what? Let's be a little smarter about it. I know I'm gonna have to do that everywhere. Let's do it now. Oh, because that's AD, not A. It's done. So. And I will not be surprised when someone looks at what I did and goes, you know, you could have done this and it would have simplified everything. Because if there's one thing I know about myself, again, because I cannot think multiple steps ahead, I can't think multiple steps ahead, which means I cannot see the most convenient way of doing something. And I accept that. I have no issues with that. It is just annoying when I'm in the middle of having to deal with it. The hope being that this is going to be a fix for the long term. Interesting. Or maybe I changed it manually and did not notice it. Of course, having said that, I forgot to do another aspect of it. All right. Man, I hope I'm done with this. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 57 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies, and we are off. Big Tilly's in first place, Sigma's in second, Insoraptor is in third. Oh, there I am. And we're already done. Big Tilly's in first place, 7 kills. Sigma OS is in second place, 1 kill, 5 assists. And that Dork Ticketus is in third, 4 kills. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Or a Bluer Swede? We do not. Shinobis. Do we have a Darth Torlin? Nope. We do not. So, Shibray gets gold, Arc 10. Telematros gets Shinobis. And I get scrolls. And we move on to a moderate battle on the way to the scroll chest. And archers again, and again, and again. And again, some more for me. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Just which means which allows me to keep everything in the present. Need to make a slight change because Ellen refers to her as mother. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 65 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies. Foxy Fan's in first place. Jennymon is in second. Papaya is in third, second again. Nope, third. Sigma jumps to first. Jennymon is in first. Sigma's in second. Papaya is in third. And we're done. Sigma OS is in first place, 3 kills, 11 assists. Jennymon is in second place, 13 kill. Papaya Pariah is in third, 1 kill, 11 assists. We have fairies and barbarians, which aren't claimed by anyone at this time. Nursing Geek and Bone Skull get barbarian. Papaya Pariah gets fairies. And we move on to the scroll chest. On the way to the token 1. And it is archers. Come back here again. Let's go here. And half an hour. Let's see how this turns out. Another small one. But I'm okay with that. I am definitely okay with it. This is, yeah. This story will not move fast. I will be right. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Different. Interesting. They have removed the just for you offers. Cool. And of course, now I got sidetracked. I have no idea what I was in the process of doing. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 66 allies. We're going up against 13 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Radiant Laugh is in second. Boneska's in third. And the enemies are basically done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place. 1 kill, 22 assist. Radiant Laugh is in second place. 11 assist. And Boneska is in third. 5 kill. Q is we've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp or a bluer Swede? Gold's up for grab. Musketeer and monks are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Foxy Fan gets gold. Zbeed gets monked, and GL Kato gets musketeers. And we move on to an insane battle before the token chest. And archers again for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Oh, you were here. Okay. All right, we'll see if this works. Actually. This is going to work better in first person. You're gonna make it hard on me. You're gonna keep wanting to go past. Why is it? Well, I mean, maybe the story's telling me something, but it feels like it should be. It would be more immediate, and that's the thing about this story. It's the immediacy of it. He's in the middle of it. It's what he feels. That's why I think present's better. I'll be right back. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 76 allies. We're going up against 53 enemies. And Sigma's in the lead. Satoru's in second. Papaya was in third, is back in third. Quinn is in second. Satoru's in second. Quinn is in third. Sigma's in first, Bragi's in second, Satoru's in second, Bragi's in third, and the enemies are pretty much all gone. Sigma OS is in first place with 25 assists. Satoru is in second place, 5 kill, 12 assist, and Bragi, son of Odin, is in third, 3 kill, 13 assist. We have fairies and Lego heads, which no one is currently claiming. So Satoru and Bragi, son of Odin, get fairies. Evergreen Elf, Papaya Paraya, gets Lego heads. And we get, I get scrolls. While we get to move on to the token chest. Alrighty, and yep, fairies for me again. Not fairies, archers. Something. There you go. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Ah. It is time for lunch. I will do my best to be back within 20 minutes is more realistic. And run the battle. If not, actually I need to do that and check that it's gonna work properly. It did. Yay. Alrighty. If I am not back on time to run the battle, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 68 allies. We're going up against 57 enemies. This Daboom is in first place. Papaya is in second. And so after takes over second. Sigma is third. And another. Nope, they're ignoring it. Okay. Let's see. This is Daboom is in first place, and Soraptor's in second. Ooh, we might be okay. And Soraptor's in third. Q is created in second. I might be in trouble. Alrighty, let's see how this turns out. Oh man, we should be fine. And yep, we're done. We've won. This Daboom is in first place, 2 kill, 9 assist. Montre is in second place, 5 kill, 3 assist. And that Dork Tigris is in third, 6 kill, 1 assist. We have Lancers and Lancers. Do we have a blue or Swede? Nope. So they don't get their backup, and the ferry is not currently claimed by anyone. So, Vivian Glitters gets Lancers, Kevin Yeti get ferries, and I get scrolls and a skin that I'm just going to get out of the system. And we move on to the boss battle. And more archers for me. And we will see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Toll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 74 allies. We're going up against 48 enemies. And we are off. Soraptor is in the lead. Faxifan is in second. Satoru was in third. Shibra is there now. And we are basically done, I believe. There we go. We're done. We've won. Raptor is in first place with 22 assists. Foxyfan is in second place, 17 assists. And Shibre is in third, 1 kill, 9 assists. Shinobi. Do we have a Darth Torlin? We do not. Flying Rogues and Monks are not currently being claimed. So, Arcten, Telematros, Bragi, Son of Odin, have Shinobis. Atrak 2003 and Sigma OS get Flying Rogues, and Ryu Lane get Monked. Brain had a hiccup there. And we move on to a hard battle. On the way to a gold, then a scroll, no, skin, then the boss. But those two, well, actually all three. Actually, this one might be today. And it's another archer for me. And half an hour to see how this turns out. And today is a read and comment. I will have to wait until Anx sends me the file unless she sent it before. Don't believe so. 23rd. Yeah, I don't believe. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I try to check in a day early for, to get the file, to confirm that things still are happening. And I forgot yesterday. It's the thing with my ADHD. Like, I have my calendar set up. I use Shift in such a way that I see 4 days, which means that I knew today was going to be the read and comment. But the connection never got made in my brain that, yeah, I should confirm, I should get the file so I can set everything up ahead of time, and yeah. So, yeah. Where's the... Okay, what happened here? Why did that go hide? Oh, right, because I grabbed it off the read and correct. And that one, that doesn't work. All right. Our mind was suddenly offline. Well, mine is, yeah. I need... Yeah, it's I need systems. So, but how have you been, Angst? You wish you could run defrag. Yeah, I don't think it would work for me. Things would get refragged as soon as the defrag runs. It's just how I am. I have learned to accept a lot of the glitches with me. Otherwise, they would drive me insane. No, never mind, already there. You can't be out of your apartment for 1 day without needing multiple days of recovery. Oh. I hope you get to recover then. All right. That's not a drive. Insane. That's not a drive. It's a short putt. Yeah, not even that for me. I'm already there. Alrighty. Are we ready to start, Angst? You hope so? Oh, let's find out. Wake up. The voice was light, amused, and almost familiar. It's time to go to bed. Bed? Trokim squinted. Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. Trokim squinted through the dim light. Yellow hair, slender build, graceful motion. Elf. Leafy silk, teasing smile, and a sudden memory that he'd fallen asleep at the Sanguine Horse. Really? Yes. Leo said you'd rather be my guest than Tavel's for what's left of the night. Did you just run a recording? No, this is not record. Please tell me I did not mark this as being recorded. No, this is a read and comment, not my read and corrects. This is not recorded. This is. I would not record somebody else's work. And if it was recorded, I would not have acknowledged you until I'm done. Yeah, no, I know. I even have that problem with my buttons. They're very similar. So I expect that's gonna cause me problem in there. Yes. Leo said you'd rather be my guest than Tavel's for what's left of the night. Pale light tinted the window, a promise of dawn to come. Trokim stood and bent to roll the blanket and mattress. The mezzanine dining. Quick. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for pointing that out. I fixed everything. I adjusted everything except that. There we go. Now it should be resolved, or it should be in the process of resolving itself. Quick question, Angst. How easily does Trokim wake up? Because I don't recall there at this point being a scene of him waking up. So I'm a little curious. Well, okay, hangover will definitely be a different situation. And this is not so much what's been written, but what you know. Just so that what we see here reflects properly what you have in mind, because this is him waking up very quickly. You know, he goes from, you know, all of this to boom. He's standing, he's bending, and he's doing all the work. So I just want to make sure that that is the intent, that he is someone who, you know, goes from, you know, sleeping to fully awake, kind of as at the snap of. There is an element of surprise here that can help, but, you know, if he's the kind of person that takes a few minutes, okay. He's usually groggy, a few minutes. You may want to play with that, well, or at the very least indicate that the surprise maybe shook if he rolled off the pallet, knelt, I think it would be okay if he rolled off. I think if there's a physical, like him taking a moment to, you know, gather himself before proceeding to roll, or if you want the surprise, you know, because he is in a familiar environment, you know, he is not where he usually is, and surprise, adrenaline can kick people awake fairly quickly. Well, yeah, but have a mention of that's happening, you know, and it could be, you know, wording. Yeah, you know, instead of a sudden memory, a flash of memory. Falling asleep. Falling asleep at the Sanguine Horse, you know. He sat up in a hurry. You know, just have the physical reaction of what it is, you know. This is a place where I think a show versus a tell can be more effective. But yeah, just so that, you know, this, I don't know if this is a case where Trokim has been met before, if the reader will have expectation to how he normally wakes up, but the odds are that they might read him in the future, him waking up, and you want the reader to, you know what to expect, or if expectations are broken, be able to work out a why. Trokim stood and bent to roll the blanket and mattress. The mezzanine dining area was no place to leave a pallet lying out. The mattress, springy filling of grass, resisted his attempts, folding only reluctantly and unrolling itself the moment he let go. Leave it lie. There was a smile in Lorelei's voice when he looked on her face. It will still be here after we've slept. Bring a pillow and blanket if you like, but don't worry about the rest. Yes, Domina. Lorelei shook her head. I've just finished being Domina for the night, Trokim. I'm tired. Keep your power and responsibility for yourself. If I wish to take them from you in the future, I'll be sure to let you know. Uncertain what to say, Trokim picked up his pillow and draped the rumpled blanket he'd used over his arm. Lorelei's appearance remained impeccable, all the intricate braids still anchored in place, though her movements were slower and her face wan in the pre-dawn light. He'd never thought the Domine, with all their servants and a household at their command, as holding a role that might tire one. He remembered what Leo said about Tavel's violence and intimidation being acts of service. Was it like that for the Domine? His parent had served. Lorelei's slumping shoulders suggested it was for her. With another smile, she led him down the stairs to the dining room. On the smaller stage, a burnt-out candle sat on the small table, and the bondage table sat. So we have sat twice. Um, a shift to something as simple as was empty. If only because a candle sitting on a table is kind of normal. The bondage table is its own thing in and of itself. Instead of sitting empty, that is empty. There was no debris on the floor, and the dining room tables were bare of dishes. But they had been scrubbed. Oh no, hadn't been scrubbed. They were bare of dishes but hadn't been scrubbed. Perhaps cleaning was another task the sanguine horse left until morning. Laura Lee took a candle from the table nearest the mezzanine stair. Had she come up without one to spare his eyes? It was the last in the dining room, and its small pool of light accompanied Laura Lee into the buttery and through it as well. The kitchen was empty, its fire banked, though a large pot of something sat on the hearth. Trokim hesitated. Should that still be so near the heat? Norley followed his gaze and smiled. Breakfast. Sanara and Kume set up porridge in the morning before leaving. It's nice to have it ready when we rise, and porridge is a patient dish. Oh. Trokim glanced into the pot. In addition to oat groats swollen to bursting in what might be cream or almond milk, he saw raisin. The whole thing smelled of cinnamon, ginger, and cloves, though there was no visual indicator of the spices. Perhaps they'd been ground, so the children wouldn't need to eat around them. Where I grew up, the cooks rose early to prepare breakfast. You served in one of the so-called great houses. Laura Lee held open the door in the east, revealing an enclosed staircase. She motioned for Trokim to precede her. That explained the domina reflex, though it's still a habit you'll need to break. My parents did serve, Another window offered scant light at the top of the stairs. I'd hoped to, after Tenny Curly, but connections, it seems, matter more than training. So the sanguine horse was not your first choice of employment? She sounded more amused than angry, but Trokim flushed. The stairs ended in an unfinished room that held 4 doors and not much else. Windows in both the east and west wall, much clearer than the bubble glass of the mezzanine, showed colored streak at the edge of the sky. With no idea which door to choose, he stepped out of Laura Lee's path. This way. She might be tired, but her hips swayed with each step, and her layered silk still fluttered around her like leaves in a breeze. She opened the northeast door, apparently it hadn't been locked, and motioned Trokim into her space. There was no doubt at all it was Laurelli's space. While the public area of the Sanguine Horse were done in black with only splashes of other dark colors, even the floor in Laurel. While the public areas. Okay. So the way I'm reading this, even the floor suite was finished in pale plank of some pale wood. Everything in her room is pale. Am I reading that correctly? Pretty much. Okay. I would... what happens here is that while and then follow with even the I stumbled over that a little bit. I would suggest something simpler. You know, while the public areas of Sanguine Horse were done in black and with only splashes of color, everything in Loreley's space was pale, and then even would fit. Even, well, to me, fit better. Even the floor of the suite was finished in planks of some pale wood. The main thing is even tends to follow something all encompassing, because you know it's a reinforcement that you know even something that you know on expectation might not fit in whatever that all encompassing thing is, still fits. Four couches with raised end, Turkim supposed they were lecti, enclosed a low table in a square. And this would be a comma, ideal for conversation. Or yeah, I think there should at least be a comma there. In a square, ideal for conversation, feels I don't know, it makes me stumble. The blankets were pale and feminine. Having established that everything was pale at that point here, this would not be needed. Were pale because it would already be stated. The blankets and feminine garments were draped over the back of a chair and across the lectus nearest to the wardrobe. Past a pair of wooden screen, he could see the posts and canopy of a curtained bed. With no hints of self-consciousness, Loreley began removing the loose silk garments she wore. She draped them on top of the things already on the chair and gestured to an empty lectus. Will it please you to sleep here tonight? Or should we have brought up the spare mattress? You are very kind. The padded cushion of the lectus was firmer than the mattress had been, but it was supported by a network of ropes held off the ground by legs that raised the surface to chair seat level. I tried to be, though that does not entirely answer my question. The elf removed her shoes and untied the garter below one knee. I'd rather not share my bed on such short acquaintance, I'm afraid. I find it can lead to misunderstanding. Of course. I tried not to imagine sharing a bed with Loreley as an elf. So far from Ciclo, there would be no sexual intent on her part, nor would there be a sexual intent on his. What his body might do against their both intention and his will, however, no. Far better not to share the bed. He spread one blanket over the pristine cushion of Loreley's lectus and deposited his pillow at one end. The lectus is quite fine. I am most grateful for your hospitality. While the public area of the Sanguine Horse were done in black with only splashes of other dark color, Loreley's suite was filled with the delicate color of a rainbow. Okay. Four couches with raised end, Trokim supposed they were the lecti, enclosed a low table in a square ideal for conversation. Even the floor was finished with planked of some pale wood. Yeah, that definitely makes it flow better. Small enough hospitality tonight. I have not offered half the courtesies a guest deserves. I can only plead the lightness of the night. She stripped a sock from one leg and undid the garter of the other. Do you have needs of anything else before I retire? No, Loreley. He tried not to stare at the elf's body, covered as it was by a thinly embroidered shift and nothing else. Her movements were practical rather than seductive, but part of Trokim's body steered against his better judgment. A very good idea to sleep on the lectus, then. Perhaps he should keep his hose and codpiece in place to avoid revealing more than he wished in the night or in the morning. Whichever. Lorelei was right. It suddenly felt very late. Shall I close the shutters to make it darker, or would you rather have the breeze of the garden? Sometime while he slept, it seemed Truckham had stopped shivering. The air from Lorelei's window was hardly enough to steer a candle's flame, but if today were going to be anything like yesterday, he'd need it later. I'd rather have them open, if you please, unless you need them shut, of course. Open it is. She smiled tiredly. Good night, Truckham. I'll strive to be a better host when we wake. Good night, Lorelei. He looked away from the sway of her hips as she rounded the screens, outlined though they were beneath a single layer of fine fabric. But the curves of her bare calves and elegant length of her leg were no less attractive. Deliberately, he sat on the edge of the lectus. He concentrated on his own shoes, removing them one at a time. Nothing sexual was happening, and his associated anatomy could settle down and go to sleep, just like the rest of him. He stretched out, found the lectus too short to support his feet, and repositioned himself with bent knees. Don't let our other guests see you masturbating. I will say, and I wanted to talk to you about that after the last reading. It caught me by surprise. Not in a bad way, just in a, I was not expecting that. That considering the type of environment in which, the Sanguine Horse, Leo lives, and the story that you're telling, that this is the first time a word of outright sexual nature popped up in everything I've read of yours. And it just went, I just went, like it, not that I was expecting vulgarity at any point, but like it's the first reference to outright sexual stuff. Like there's hints and there's mention that it's happening here and there, but this is the first time. In the previous block was the first time the word such a word was used, and it sort of tickled me. Like I went, oh, that's interesting. That's unexpected. Alrighty, let me take care of this. And yes, it is definitely a good rule to have. I even avoids thinking the words. They always use the plain language, surprise, and someone embarrassed them. Yeah. Don't let our other guests see you masturbating, Leo had said. There were no other guests here. Would Lorelei even care if he dealt with the pressure himself? I will say this is probably a big difference between how we write. When I write sexual characters, in their head, there's no censure. Like I may clean up the wording for the audience if I don't want the rating to go too high. But this is something like I don't really have characters who. Tips, but Tips has his reasons. Clinical terminology over vulgar circumlocution. Yeah. Trokim's side, he would care whether Lorelei did or not. He had no right to think about her that way, though her cryptic mention of lessons in Kiri's office made him wonder. Leo had mentioned her lessons too, as if they were ones he had studied. Might it be actually an option for Trokim too, if he were hired? What would such a lesson involved? Intense? Leo had called them. The Trokim want intensity. Pressure against his codpiece suggests that at least part of him liked the idea. The thinking part, however, would have to consider it. Keeping in his hand carefully outside the blankets. Yeah, that might be plural, but very minor. The blanket, he tried to imagine what it would really be like to work at the Sanguine Horse. Volitendes Primus Ignis 13 1483, the Sanguine Horse. Is that something you're going to be doing throughout the as chapter headings kind of thing, or was that there simply for your reference? Because I may not remember after every break. Okay, I do not recall seeing them. That's all. But that is almost certainly my memory. Alrighty, we are going to have an advertising stream murder battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 70 allies. We're going up against 49 enemies. And Sigma starts us in the lead. Foxy Fan is in second. Frostbite was in third. Big Tilly takes over third. Nyx Flare takes over that. So we got Sigma in first, Foxy in second, Nyx Flare is in third, Silver and Shoehorn have killed Epics, and... wait. They okay. Sigma OS is in first, Jennymon takes over third, Foxy's in second, and with that, we're done. We have won! Sigma OS is in first place, 23 assists. Foxy Fan is in second place, 4 kill, 18 assists. And Jennymon is in third, 5 kill, 13 assists. We have gold 3 times. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a bluer? Nope, gold's up for grabs. And Lancer, well, we've established bluer is not here, so they cannot get their Lancers. And Q is creates. Silver the Diamond Witch, get the Lancers. Ryu Lane, Vivian, Glitters, and Meow Meow get gold. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Yeah, it might be the last battle of the day there. Or maybe the first one tomorrow, we'll see. Alrighty, more archers for me. Works. Alrighty, half an hour to see how that's going to turn out. A lot of them are missing. Okay. Not entirely my memory for once. Trokim woke with warm sunshine on his back and a sense of being watched. He opened his eyes to see Lorelei, modestly clothed in a fitted woolen dress, watching him over a teacup. "Good morning." She smiled and set down the cup. "Shall I make you some tea? Leo said it was important to keep you drinking." "Good morning." He swung his legs off the edge of the lectus. Sitting up made him aware of a certain pressure in his bladder, and he ducked his head. "That sounds lovely, but I need the latrina before I drink any more." "That's fair." She took another sip of tea and gestured toward the door. "I believe you know where to find it." "Yes, He stopped himself. "Yes, Lorelei." "Very good." Trokim wasn't sure whether the praise was for his memory or the self-correction, but he stood. "Am I allowed to wander freely?" "Not freely, no. But you should be able to make it to the latrina and back without getting in trouble." A thought struck him. Is this a test, then? Is it? A crease in at the corner of Lorelei's eye suggested unvoiced laughter. "Is everything not? Perhaps you can tell me when you get back." Trokim turned the question over in his mind, but there was no way to answer it. Not and be confident. He stood, but hesitated at the door. "May I?" "You may." Lorelei leaned back, smiling. "I'm not trying to trap you in error, Trokim, but I would be fascinated to know who you are." Who was he? Who he was? Trokim passed through the empty room at the head of the stairs and down. The door at the bottom opened without resistance, and Vanit spared him only a glance as he passed through the kitchen without pausing. Both the buttery and dining rooms were empty. The latrina was not. Privacy was by no means guaranteed in the Sanguine Horse's latrina, with 4 seats on each side of the room and 2 fountains for hand washing. It was twice the size of the facility that served his entire rooming house. He was accustomed to untying his codpiece, doing what was required, and washing his hand to make room for the next person in need. He wasn't used to Tavel. Trokim stopped in the doorway. Tavel looked up. "Hey, Simba! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today?" "Did you need something?" "No, Tavel. I was just..." Trokim swallowed and gestured toward the oval holes provided for people's convenience. The paint artist's brow rose. "Am I in your way?" The man knelt in front of the right-hand basin, fishing pesoi from the receptacle where they were dropped after use. Okay. I do not know what this is. All good. How have I been? So I've been caught up with a lot of work recently. Wasn't able to. As I've said multiple times, and I keep saying, you are not required to show up. Your presence, as with everyone, is always appreciated, but it is not required. Otherwise, I've been good. Fishing pesoi from the receptacle where they were dropped after use. Even with the basin wash water flowing through that immediate tank before falling to the sewer below, some of the pottery pieces still bore residue of past use. Yes, although I will say this is not an environment I'm familiar with at all, so it feels a little like I can envision what is happening, but I do not understand why it is happening. But that is not a big deal, at least to me. No. His bladder quailed under the weight of Tavel's gaze, and his utera constricted. It felt less passable than the city's gate at the start of Festum Iris. He could squeeze past the larger man without touching him. There was room for that, but would his body obey his will? It had been recalcitrant enough after Lorelei went to bed, and if it didn't, if he had to stand there with one hand managing his aim but nothing coming out, what would Tavel think? Do you need something from me? No. Tavel tried to swallow... Trokim tried to swallow the lump in his throat. He needed to say something. What are you doing? Tavel regarded him neutrally. Even on his knees, Tavel projected more menace, more presence than Trokim could manage on his best day. Why? You're worried about biology? Sorry, did I miss an aspect? Or does the delay make that something that happened well before? What is the concern about? What paragraph is the concern about? I mean, right off the bat, nothing jumped out at me, which is why I'm asking, because I'm. But I will definitely take a second look. You say initiating urination? No, that is. Yeah, no, that is a thing. That is definitely a thing. Do I want to touch my penis in front of this person? If I'm not sure, it will be obviously for aiming you and purposes. Enjoy, Simba. Here, I don't think that the concern that Tavel would think Trokim is masturbating be very loud on average. Trokim may be, particularly sensitive to that worry, but the main reason is that for men, while it is possible to masturbate without making it noticeable, it takes a fair amount of work. If you've ever seen people, if you've ever seen guys go like this as a, that's kind of what it looks like. So it's very difficult to make that motion. Camouflage. Now, granted, I know men who use very light touches to masturbate and stuff like that, and they can, they can do it and nobody would notice. But the worry should be classified more as Trokim rather than this is how men think. So, and I don't know that you could really do much about that, because unless Trokim has been in an environment where he's seen how men normally masturbate, All he's got is his own frame of reference, which is himself. Hey, Andrew, welcome to the stream. But the concern, the will I be able to urinate with someone else watching that? Yes, that is something that happens. Anxiety can short circuit many a system. What you walked in on is angst, asking if some descriptive of men biological functions were accurate, because she's a female. So she's a woman, and therefore she does not have that direct experience. So she was asking me about that, and we sort of got sidetracked to thought process, because the scene is taking place in what can be considered a sex house. So Trokim, as an outsider going there, has his own worries about what will it look like, or what will the other person who lives in that institution think of him. Well, it is borderline. We could turn that XXX by changing how we talk about it, but yeah, we are purposely using very clinical and wording to stay on this side of the line. Okay, Tavel regarded him neutrally. Well, okay, the talk we were having... Oh, you had no context that it was about writing. I see. You mean the text on the page doesn't make that clear? Okay. Oh, I see. You don't read. You're there just for the audio. Okay. Tavel regarded him neutrally. I would put a but. Actually, no. But even on his knees, Tavel predicted more menace. The reason I would suggest is that menace and presence are kind of opposite to neutrality. So just putting them side by side feels a little iffy. Oh, please, let's not break the game. And okay, part of what is making me stumble here is that while this does fit the convention, we have a dialogue, we break paragraph, we have another dialogue, because everything is from Trokim's point of view. When I read this up to here, I thought it was Tavel asking the question. And I am sort of... And I'm sort of trying to see if developer more menace, more present than Turkim could manage. We gaze on Turkim with a neutral expression to realize the folly of his own question. Being in... Okay, more menace rather than Turkim, but he gazed at Turkim with a neutral expression, waiting for him to realize the folly of his own question. Okay. Yeah, that definitely works. Because, which, yeah, exactly. It better sets up the why. Why? Trucking was caught in Tavel's gaze. This you may also want to look into, because you already established that Tavel is gazing at him, so you might be able to just jump directly to the face burning, but unable to look away. I mean, why you? Why not me? Tavel sat back on his heels, watching Turkim neutrally. We have it twice, and that's a word that's unusual enough that it might be too close to the previous writing. Impartially, impassively. The work needs to be done. Okay, he's cleaning the drain. There we go. Okay, all right. That's the why. The work needs to be done. Would you have us use Pasoi for each person who chooses to use them? No, but Turkim's mind refused to work. I mean... Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, I was way off the mark. Okay. Honestly, check with your other beta readers, and because yeah, this may be something that you may want to look for a way to explain, because that is nowhere near where my mind went. Like, so yeah, you might want to check with them how they, if they understand the, when the scene happens, if they have the, come and spark anything or sorry. For each person who chooses to use them. No, but Turkim's mind refused to work. I mean, you're important here. A senior paint artist. I'd expect you to require it of another instead. The expression on Tavel's face was unreadable. Few clients desire being forced to this particular service. Whom among my colleague should do work I disdain? You volunteer? Tavel's eyebrow rose once more. I shall keep that in mind when considering your application. But how would have thought your skill better employed in the kitchen? No, I mean... Turkim wasn't sure what he meant, and he still needed to be... Yes? Tavel fished the last used pistol in his open weave basket and stood before Turkim's found an answer. He nodded. Perhaps you can tell me once you figured it out. We shall speak later. Yes, Tavel. He bowed his head, but his words fell on the closing door. Turkim fiddled with the laces, connecting his doublet and hose. Slipping in them, it tightened the knot more than usual, and his hands were still shaking from the encounter with Tavel. He reminded himself that nothing had happened and tried a steadying breath, then another. The stone bench was cool beneath his buttock, thanks to the thick stone thanks to thick stone walls that insulated the latrina from the sun. It occurred to him that the preceding deep breath would have been much less pleasant if that weren't so. Most of the enclosed facilities he had used were nearly unbearable in summer. Perhaps the wastewater from the fountain had something to do with it. After the used Passoy holder, it surely ran through the floor, perhaps carrying some of the waste into the main sewers. Though 2 pails of lemons by the door suggested another reason. A sudden moment of worry struck him. Would Tevel have taken all the Passoy with him for cleaning? The Tersuria that usually sat soaking beneath the fountain's basin were missing. He bellowly realized, though, a common stick with a cold, wet sponge on the end had never been his preferred. Okay, we do get... Well, we do get a fair amount of information here. I am... Again, check with your readers, your other better readers. See what they... see if they reacted to it or not. The Passoy basket was still half full from the night before. He washed the Passoy along with his hand. Surely Tevel wouldn't appreciate having filthy pieces tossed in the lower tank immediately after he'd emptied it. Trokim should find him, he supposed, or where he'd taken the Passoy for further cleaning. Of all the things Trokim had thought might worry him if he ever spent a night at the Sanguine Horse, how they cleaned the Passoy might have been the least likely. Benayet, still in the kitchen, sent him back to the scullery with them. To Trokim's relief, Tevel was no longer there. Dropped them in the kettle over the fire. Leo grinned as his look of dismay. It's not one of yours, don't worry. I use it sometimes for most soiled clothing, but the kitchen pots aren't put to unclean use. But like, we're painting technology more detail here. Just on getting around. Honestly, it is a good thing. The only aspect I would suggest to be careful is overdoing it. It's literally one of those reasons why I don't write trucking stories, because when I tried, I got so lost in the minutia that it wasn't interesting. But I also my version of that is making sure to include correct consequences for things. I have a story somewhere, actually called The Wishing Game. I don't know if it's published anywhere, in which one of the main character gets suddenly turned into an anthropomorphic tiger. Society is not built to deal with that, and at one point he goes to take a shower, and he spends half his shower clearing the drain of the fur he's shedding. I did not even think about it. Like, this is one of the things that is so common sense to me that I just wrote it. And I had readers comment on how impressed they were that, I had included such a detail. But it is easy to overdo it. I don't think you've done so here. Like I said, from my point of view, I think it should be closer, or some detail that gives a better sense of what they're about. But definitely check with your other better readers first, because I may definitely be the exception here. Trokim added them to the boiling water. Curiously, he asked, "You don't boil the tersuria?" Alrighty, just one moment. I can easily glance over detail that would stumble other people, and then I'll stumble over detail that nobody really stumble over. Fire extinguished. Congratulations. No, the heat would harden the sponges. We soak them in salted vinegar, then dry in the sun from noon to closing. I'm not sure it's as effective, especially when it's cold or rainy, but there's only so much one can do with tertiaria. He made a face. I've seen enough. Well, never mind. I'll just say that carrying my own Pasoy in public is worth the hassle, given some of what I've seen while cleaning the things. Rockham nodded. What did you say? What did one say to such a declaration? If you don't need anything, I should probably get back to Lorelli. Yeah. Almost certainly, a quick grin. Sympathy crossed Leo's face. Lorelli might challenge you, but avoidance won't make it easier. Harder, perhaps. Gotta take off. All right. Enjoy, Simba. Have yourself a good rest of your day. Challenging? Okay, hesitated. Am I supposed to be challenged? I asked if being let visit the Latrina alone in return were a test, and she didn't answer me. Should I be worried? Do you enjoy being worried? Trokim bit his lip. Not like this. Then I think there's no need. Though I can't speak for Lorelli, of course. Leo chose another garment, soaking black wool, and laid atop his beetle. I wouldn't keep her waiting, though, if I were you. He already had, Trokim realized. He ducked his head. Yes, of course. Thank you, Leopold. Leo will do. He paused and met his eyes. Try to relax if you can. I can't speak for her plans, but if Lorelli can avoid doing you harm, she will. Right. The words were less reassuring than Leo might have hoped. Thank you. I'll remember. Leo nodded and bent his attention to the laundry. Took himself back into the kitchen and up the stairs. Bright light shone through the east-facing window at the top, though the large room onto which Lorelli's door opened remained empty and deserted. He hadn't thought knocking on it would be difficult until Leo said delay would make things harder. Now, each beat of his heart added to the tension until he could barely raise a hand. Another door, not Lorelli, opened. Tavel stepped through it, dressed more as a prosperous merchant I would put a comma here. Rather than wearing a worker's smock. The capacious sleeve of his knee-length black hopland were lined with velvet rather than fur, but he made no further concession to summer heat. Perhaps even the season of Ignis would not dare roast Tavel. Tavel spotted him immediately, though he crossed to the stairs rather than approaching. The weight of his gaze held Trokim, but the pain artist didn't speak until he reached the head of the staircase. There's still time. You can walk away, and nobody will stop you, though you may find it less easy to return. I don't want to run. Trokim swallowed. You said we'd talk later. Tavel's lips quirked. If you're still here, we will. For that to happen, you know what you need to do. Without further words, Tavel descended the staircase. Even unhurried steps made their way down to the kitchen. The door at the bottom opened, then closed. Trokim knocked on the door. We will have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 66 allies. We're going up against 65 enemies. Baby Cookie is in first place. Sigma takes over first. Baby is in second. Foxy Fan is in third. Oh, looks like we have a couple of enemy mechs. Baby is in first. Sigma's in second. Foxy is in third. And we're done. We've won. Baby Cookie is in first place, 1 kill, 17 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 6 kill, 9 assists. And Foxy Fan is in third with 8 assists. We have bombers. Do we have a nursing key? Not anymore. We have lancers. Do we have a bluer? We do. So Bluer gets their backup, and the Lego head is not claimed by anyone. So, Shibre and GL Kato get Lego heads. Nyx Flare gets Lancers, and Shoehorde has been bombed. And we move on to a very hard battle. So 45, 1, 245. Yeah, we'll get to the gold chest. And more archers. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Trokim knocked on the door. He was waiting only moments when it opened. It feels like before would work better here, but I think it's very minor. Lorelei held the door, gesturing him in as if he were a guest, in truth, and not an inconvenient applicant for a job. What had Leo meant about her being challenging, and why did he say she wouldn't harm him? You'd have thought that went without saying, but this was a sanguine horse. Lorelei let the door close and walked to a small table beneath a window. The brazier beneath a small kettle was lit, and her smile was pleasant. What type of tea would you prefer? Had he asked for tea? Yes, he'd said it sounded lovely before he excused himself. But why was she treating him like a visiting friend? He stood awkwardly in front of the lectus, holding his now folded blanket from the night before. Whatever is easiest for you, Domina. Lorelei, the elf disks. We really must break you of that Domina habit. Do you suppose a punishment protocol would be in order? Kim's tongue clove to the roof of his mouth. That feels odd there, but you are much more broad with your language than I am, so that is the word. Okay. I will not question it. In the household where his parents served, not addressing the domine or their guests with proper respect would call down discipline. But you see, to me, even cleave to the roof of his mouth is not what I would expect to, is not the word I would expect there. Stuck. But again, like I said, your vocabulary is much broader than mine. Because to me, cleave means chopping in two. That's the only definition of the word that I know. And like whatever I do with my tongue to the roof of my mouth, Well, it's strange, not really. It's a question of that's the thing with the English language. And that's why we get in so much trouble when we talk. Because unless we are very, very clear with our definitions and we make sure the other person has the same definition, we can say exactly the same thing and mean completely different things. Yeah. I've gotten into more than one argument in my youth, more than my older age, where by the time we were done, word definition was the only reason we were arguing, because ultimately we agreed. We were just not on the, the words we were using, we weren't interpreting them the same way. So, not addressing the dominie or their guests with proper respect would call down discipline. He had learned his lesson young and learned it well, and now Lorelli proposed punishment for compliance. I must object apology. Sorry. Apologies. I never meant to cause offense. She frowned at her jars, very much like Magister Botticelli, and scooped dry leaves into a cup. The kettle in her hand tipped boiling water over them. I don't require your apology, nor desire your objection. I would, however, like an answer. An answer? There could be only one, and so to such question from a superior. As it please you, She carried the cup over to set it in front of him. Although interesting. I'm reading this as him getting angrier with himself. This is not a I would say the only reason you would want to alter things is if that is definitely not the interpretation you want taken. Like, I'm reading it as he's panicking and he's angry. He's getting angry at himself for panicking, for not understanding or frustrated would work with the way I'm reading it. Angry was just the first word that popped to my head. Yeah, exasperation definitely works. She carried the cup over and set it in front of him. Raised eyebrows revealed that he hadn't stopped himself in time. Lorelli seated herself on the lectern opposite him and picked up her own cup. I would make that its own paragraph, because this is clearly a new set of circumstances. She sat, watching silently. Trokim wanted nothing more at that moment than to melt completely into his seat. You seem uncomfortable, Trokim. The observation was delivered with a perfectly neutral tone. You still have not answered my question. Is there a reason for that? How had he not answered her question? He'd agreed to whatever she chose to impose. He shook his head helplessly. Do you believe a punishment protocol would decrease the frequency of your lapses into self-effacing title? As you wish. Yes, as you wish, Lorelli. My wishes have little to do with what will be effective for you. She sat back, steepling her fingers. A punishment protocol can fail in three main ways. If punishment is purely chosen, of course, certain people may find them more reinforcing than punishing. Those whose sexual fantasies include spanking and time spent in the corner need different intervention for effective punishment. Yes, Lorelli. Was she talking about him? Certainly he dreamt of some of the punishment he'd seen on stage, but now, for this, they weren't appealing at all. Alternately, the threat of punishment can increase the learner's tension to the point where they avoid learning situations if they truly fear the consequences of failure. Sensible people avoid making the attempt. There are some, too, who will make the attempt for reason of stubbornness, sometimes under the guise of integrity, but be too caught in their fear to process what they might have meant to learn. Might have meant to learn. In any of these cases, punishment protocol can work against the learning one was trying to facilitate. She cut his eyes and held them. Do you understand? There was one right answer to that question too, but she hadn't liked the right answers before the right answers he'd given before he tried the hard answer. Not really. Interesting. Is this meant to be, and this is, is this meant to be here or its own paragraph? Because unless it's intentional, this feels really off. And I just want to make sure that this is not something you decided on. Okay. Not really. Demonstrating, I fear, my point. Her smile remains soft and understanding. I believe the answer you need is, no, Lorelli, I don't believe a punishment protocol will help me with this issue. No, he choked on the word and shook his head. You can't. I can't. If your superior decides you deserve punishment, you can't just decline. That is true. Lorelli sipped her tea. But I do not pretend to be your superior. Nobody here should accept for the duration of a game you've chosen to play. If I'm hired, though, Brookham swallowed, had he destroyed his chance? You, Intivel and Curie, you're making that decision, which places you above me, superior. Lorelei shook her head. We bear the responsibility of negotiating on behalf of the household, of making sure our needs are met as well as yours, should you join us. If we use the power required to exercise that responsibility for our own gain, if we held ourselves as being more important or superior to any other member of this household, we would not be fit to hold it. But no alcohol had passed his lips for over a day, but Trookim's head swam. Could it be a lingering effect of yesterday's illness? There have to be ranks, seniority if nothing else. Surely you can't think Orson is equal to his father. That might be an... Actually, can you give me a moment? There's somebody at the door. And it was not for me. That might be an interesting question for you to ask Leo. A fond smile curled the elf's lip. If anything, Leo's choices suggest he views Orson as more important than himself. Important, maybe, but Trucker shook his head. When he's naughty, surely the boy can't simply decline a spanking. I suppose not. One would have to be offered for him to decline. Or, well, whatever punishment his father should choose. And if he could not, what then? Fear and resentment? I knew the boy's mother. I've seen how much damage those things can do. What happened to her? Orson's mother, I mean. I can understand him wanting to change the subject and jumping on this. I'm unsure with her going along with it that easily. This was not a comfortable place for her. Tried to help her understand. We all did. But she could not feel safe. Once Orson was old enough, measured with visits rather than full-time. We helped find her place where she could. It's not too bad. No, it's... Yeah, no, I get that. I'm looking ahead a bit to see if she brings it back to the lesson she's trying to impart. But we saw restored versus balance. Comfort even living in a household so was neither superior nor inferior to any other. Okay, alright. Okay, it is brought back to... The reason it caught my attention is I overdo this. I overdo dialogue meandering for ages. So I was concerned that this is where it was going. And not being in Lorelli's head, we cannot rely on that to inform the reader. I'm sure irrelevant. Yeah, and she brings it back. The Sanguine Horse was not a comfortable place for her. I tried to help her understand, we all did, but she could not feel safe. Once Orson was old enough to manage with visits rather than full-time maternal attendance, we helped her find a place where she could. That doesn't sound so bad. It was not without pain. Transitions never are, but we strove to reduce it, to balance the discomfort each party bore. Even living our household, Ursula was neither superior nor inferior to any other. Tolkien thought he was beginning to understand. Did Ursula believe that? Lorelis smiled sadly. She did not. And you fear I'll go the same way. That is what Domini implies. It says you're inferior to those you address. It denies the right to choose what happens to you. At best, it's an imposition on those you ask to make those decisions. At worst, it sets you up for harm that was never intended, nor it's not safe. I think you're right. So I need to decline. I think you're right. I so need to decline punishment. Bit his lip. What he was saying broke all I do need. Okay. What he was saying broke all the rules, but by Lorelli's logic, it was necessary. I don't think it would help to punish me. The one who's punishing, the one who has the right to punish. I'm used to them being my superior, or thinking of them that way, and if that's what you want to stop, it is. He smiled encouragingly and waited for him to go on. I don't think it would work, is all. Not for that. And the idea distresses you. Was he allowed to say yes to that? He surely wasn't allowed to lie. It does. Does the idea of a beating distress you? Lorelei watched him closely, or only of punishment. Torquem's face heated, of course. She'd seen him in the audience, seen his interest. He bit his lip. Is there a difference? I think we both know the answer to that. Torquem nodded reluctantly. Can you name the difference? I don't know. He never tried to put it into words. With punishment, it's because you're bad. With a beating, well, some people want it, I guess. Are you one of those people? Trokem bit his lip. Maybe. You don't know yet? Or you'd rather not say? I said no to Tevel yesterday. So you did? Corley smiled. He pushed you hard to force it, but you did say no. It gives one hope. Trokem swallowed. He said he would have done it, too, after. On the way to the kitchen. Dorley nodded. He would have hated every moment, but he would have done it. Yes, in his own way, he will keep people safe. By threatening to beat them, or doing so? By making sure they can say no before offering a chance to say yes. He said I'd enjoyed it more with you or with Leo. Dorley smiled. We spend so much time in his head that these simple reply with no thoughts attached feel a little odd. I'm not going to say you need to change that. Like it just, we've been so trained up to this point to expect Trokem to narrate everything, to comment on everything, that these simple are a little off-putting, which if it is the point, then yeah, it's working. That because it's definitely, it's off-putting. Like it gives the sense that his mind has shut down. That, as someone who never thinks when he talks, I don't have that thought process. Like I don't plan my words. It's, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, and if that is what you are going for, what I would suggest, you see, this is the last place where we have narration. And I don't know how, I don't know. Because it feels like there should be some indication, because this is a very long, this to, this is a long-ish phrase among what he's saying, although it's shorter than I thought it was. If it was a scene I was writing, I would seek to show mental exhaustion as the conversation progresses. I don't know what it would look like, but that's sort of what I would try to show. But again, it's, if I were writing this, I don't, like I said, it simply feels, once we get here with these simple, talk back and forth, like I said, it's a little off-putting. It gives a sense that his mind is shut down, and it seems to be where you're going. It feels like it feels sudden, is what I mean. Yeah, suspect he's into this for a while. King. Lorelei smiled. You'll enjoy it more the first time, exploring without fear. Though fear itself can add a potent flavor once one develops a taste. He did ask if I was afraid of him. If I was afraid of him, Torkin swallowed. Do you think I could develop a taste? You said something about learning the skills yesterday, that you could teach them. Would you like to develop the skills or the taste for them? Only a madman could say yes to that. Torkin licked his lip and nodded. If you join the Sanguine Horse, there are some skills you will be required to learn. How to use and care for the tools of our trade, primarily. But not how to endure them? She smiled. Those lessons are entirely at your discretion, and the one you choose to teach. Why? I mean, why not? Shouldn't a person know both sides to do a thing? By learning to use the tool safely, you become capable of spotting errors in technique. When errors may cause unwanted pain or injury, more eyes can only enhance safety. Lorelei smiled. You needn't use the skill once mastered, if you find them unpleasant. But there is a large difference between being asked to swing a flogger against one's preference and being subjected to unwanted assault. Can you see that? I suppose. Torkin licked his lips. It would be easier, in some way, if both were required, having to approach somebody and ask to be beaten. I'm not sure I'd have the nerve to ask, and then go through with it. Out of curiosity, does the 5-minute warning still sound through the stream? I made some adjustment. I never thought to ask about that one. You haven't heard it. Okay, so I did remove it. As you learn, as you accept that you can say no, you may find it easier to make that request, or you may grant permission for another to offer, but you won't be compelled, Torkim, unless you negotiate compulsion along with the beating. And for those games, we generally require more experience. I suppose. Torkim's mouth felt dry. I'm getting it myself, though. I don't have the job yet. And I think Tavel has reservation, yes. Primarily about your ability to keep yourself safe. You struggle to say no. You diminish yourself to elevate others. These things must change, lest you take harm. He isn't sure you will. So I need to convince him. Torkim shook his head. I'm not sure I can. In the real world, these are, well, they're expected. You can't think too well of yourself. You must know your place. Here, too, you must know your place, but your place is equal to any other person you meet. Lorelei tented her finger. You must decide, I suppose, whether to live in your real world or here. Is there an option, really? That is entirely up to you. She stood, smoothing her skirt into place. We shall discuss it in Kiri's office after breakfast. With some hesitation, Torkim helped himself to a bowl of groats from the pot he'd seen the night before. Lorelei had said it was for breakfast, after all, though there was nobody in the kitchen to confirm. That she also said he had as much right to the resources of the Sanguine Horse as anybody else, that would take some getting used to. Surely it would only apply if he were hired, but she had implied he should have breakfast, and he was her guest at the very least. The groats were slightly chewy, despite their long simmer, with a pleasant hint of almond accenting the relatively bland grain. Plump raisins, studded the porridge, but the cinnamon, ginger, and cloves, so promising on the nose, were overpowered by the cloying sweetness. Too much honey, he thought. Was it because Vanny couldn't taste plant-based dishes or test? Or, no, Lorelei said Kumi and Sanara prepared it before starting their day, or Kumi's day. Somehow Sanara worked in the dining room, though. Anyhow, Sanara worked in the dining room, though Trokim had never seen him on stage. The imbalance made sense, though, if the small child had free hands with the flavoring. And Lorelei had also said the children were held equal to adult in this household. He still didn't understand how that could work. He'd have expected far worse consequence than over-sweetened porridge. Somehow, though, neither of them seemed exactly spoiled. Orson might be headstrong, bossy, and confident, but even when he was in the way, he seemed to think he was helping. Vanit had said both children helped in the kitchen. They were where they could, and when Leo had asked Orson to stop helping, Trokim had to stop helping Trokim and help in a different way. The boy had gone without complaint. It might not make sense, but it seemed to work, at least for those children. All right, we are going to have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 79 allies. We're going up against 62 enemies. Sigma is only count 28 assists right off the bat. You have a league of fairies or something, Sigma. Spider's in second place. Quinn is in third. Yeah, Sigma's gonna be in I think Sigma's settled for first position. GL Kato, Satoru is now in third. Spider is in second. Quinn takes over third, and the enemies are basically done. Like, there is no surviving this onslaught. Sigma OS is in first place, 16 kill, 61 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Clearly, they weren't going pure assist. Spider is in second place, 5 kill, 26 assist, and Satoru is in third, 13 kill, 10 assist. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? There's Bluer for the gold. We have healer. Do we have a baby cookie with us? We do. Therefore, they get healers, and barbarians are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Amoronix gets barbarians. And we move on to a very hard battle before the gold chest. It is more archers for me. It is past 2 p.m. time. Wait, what? Okay. Sorry, time to visit the shop. Anything not level 30 is getting purchased. I'm above 20k. And I am no longer above 25, therefore that's where it ends. Half an hour to see how that turns out. Oh, and to visit the viewer side first, where anything not 1 or 30 gets purchased, which I believe my Lancer is the only one left. I'm above 50k. I'm above 55. I'm still above 60. Alrighty. No. The sanguine horse, hold my beer. Or whatever corresponding alcohol would be. Well, you know, it's, yeah. I mean, it is. I like the demonstration of the difference of how, you know, properly applied equality can work, and that what people who complain about properly applied equality tend to not pay attention to is that it's not properly applied in those cases. He was halfway through this bowl when Lorelei, who had preceded him to the kitchen, had been gone when he arrived, entered through the scullery. The basket of fresh herbs that she set at the larder end of the work table explained her absence. She smiled at Trokim and served herself a small dish of the porridge, taking a seat across the table from. Okay, we've got Trokim twice. This could be him instead. Across from him. She offered a friendly nod, and in the end, this feels like it should be 8 in companionable silence. And anarchy is scalability with a group as small as a sanguine horse. It's still fun. Yeah. Trokim broke it first. How do you like it? The porridge? Norley smiled. Kumi's developed a sweet tooth. This last little while. That's almost a match. Kume developed a sweet tooth that this last little while. That's almost a match for Orson's. When I was your age, I would have loved it. And now, if A doesn't grow out of it soon, sometimes indulgence is the best way to. If A doesn't grow out of it soon, sometime indulgence is the best way to proceed. I'll have a word with M about making shared food for everybody to enjoy. Though, maybe I should speak with Sonara first to make sure Kume knows A can add extra honey to ear own portion. There's no cause to deprive the child of the sweetness they enjoy simply because it's more than others prefer. Tokim blinked. I wish my parents had thought that way. From what you said, your parents may not have controlled their own menu options, let alone yours. Lorelei smiled sympathetically. We're lucky to have the option of spice nut and sweet cakes as we please, along with delicacy less suited to my digestion. But not every household can indulge its members so freely, and less so if it's run as a hierarchy. But that's a heavy topic for breakfast. Have you any plan for the day? Trokim swallowed the lump in his throat along with the porridge. I think that largely depends on you. No domina this time. Lorelei grinned. You are improving. I tried to. He swallowed again, but I didn't mean you alone this time. Tivel and Kiri as well, I think. Yes. We'll discuss together how best to proceed. It probably hadn't been meant to sound ominous. It was sheer nerves on Trokim's part that made it feel like a threat. He forced a smile. What about you? Have you any plans? There's the interview, of course. She made a light gesture as if it were a simple matter. After that, I hope to take some time to work the garden. I have an afternoon session, as well with one of the ladies from the stock whip. I promise to demonstrate how botanicals can be used to enhance our work. A session? With someone from the stock whip? The other division house didn't have quite the Sigmund's horse reputation, nor was there a dinner show at the stock whip. But he'd sometimes thought he might afford their rate when he dared not ask them here. Are you hiring her, or is she hiring you? She's hiring me today. Lorelei smiled. Rose is one of their newest member, and she thinks, or has been advised, I'm not quite sure, that studying with me might help her build her skill. Oh. Torquay remembered Lorelei talking about lessons, but he had assumed they'd be restricted to those working at the Sigmund Horse. He couldn't imagine a cook training staff for another epularnarium, not without years of apprenticeship, to repay the effort. That's generous of you. Not so generous as to train her for free. They compensate me for my time. Lorelei smiled. With the work we do, though, having more competent practitioners reduces the risk that an incompetent encounter could call down wrath on us all, or worse, legislation. So it's like the Cook's Guild? Not nearly so formal. We've no ground to force training on those who do not wish it, at least not outside our household, nor would we want that power. But when people choose to request our aid, I try to make sure all parties come out ahead. And the same when they apply for a job? Similar, perhaps. She set aside her empty bowl. If you'll excuse me, please, I'm going to see if there's spinach pie left from last night. Would you like a piece? Or something else? Trokim considered. Memories of oversweet porridge still clung to the roof of his mouth, but it was far too early for pie. Or, well, not early, but he'd only just woken. What he really wanted was something astringent, to cut through the sweetness and starch at once. Tea, perhaps, or the lemon drink he tasted the night before. Even that mint beverage had enough vinegar to work, he thought, but none of those had been offered, and they wouldn't be kept in the larder. Lorelei nodded and disappeared. Are we missing a response, or is she nodding at his silence? I just want to make sure. Apparently at his silence. My kind of answer. Why do you expect me to know more than what's on the page? Lorelei nodded and disappeared, returning with a single slice of pie. Vanahit entered from the buttery before she'd made it back to her seat, and Lorelei smiled. I got the parsley and sage you requested. I also cut back the spinach. It will be a few days to regrow enough to use again, but with this heat I feared it would bolt. I see. Vanahit frowned. I suppose I can find a use for it, though having done the spinach pie yesterday, I ought to wait a week before presenting them again. Trokim bit his lip. Nobody had asked his opinion. It wasn't his place to make suggestion. Lorelei smiled and tilted her head. Have you something to say, Trokim? He hesitated. If it wouldn't be out of line, it's not my place, but you want it to be. The elf smiled, and the dwarf didn't gainsay her. Besides, Vanahit's retired from beating folks. Looking between them, Trokim wasn't sure whether that was a joke. He took a breath. The salad I had last night, with the purslane and mint and fennel and all. You could add the spinach to it with good effect. Benny considered him. I could, but to what advantage? If it hasn't bolted yet, spinach has a mild flavor. Last night's salad was well balanced, but Tiny Hillary thought that strong flavor compete with one another, lessening the effect unless they're balanced carefully, which is why we mix pulveris fortis ahead and pulveris dulcis as well, to balance the flavor in advance rather than being forced to use the entire peppercorn or a whole clove as a minimum. The dwarf crossed their arm. And this relate to spinach how? Well, it's a milder flavor, like the purslane, to add a bit more buffer to the assertive ones. We use violet and primrose sometimes for the same reason, and to add a bit of color. They said, though, I thought to add a bit of color, they said, though I thought there were enough shades with the herbs alone. Fanny nodded. Good enough. If you survive Kiri and the paint artists later, come back and I'll let you make it up. Frickin' blinked. Was the offer a compliment or exploitation? Perhaps both, or neither? Fanny might understand the principle of balancing flavor, but she couldn't taste the salad to judge her own work. Trokim could. Do you know when that will be? He looked from Vanny to Lorelei. The interview, I mean. Lorelai's shoulder moved gracefully. When you are ready, I'll fetch Tavel and we can proceed. When he was ready? Trokim licked his lip. Can one be ready? Perhaps. Her lips curled in an amused smile. One can also choose to proceed despite feeling unready, though it takes more courage. Does it still count as courage if you're terrified? It hardly counts as courage if you aren't. Her hand stroked the air mere centimeters from his back, an odd parody of a comforting gesture. Or was it sincere? Her voice softened. We'll discuss that more if you choose to study with me. But ready or no, the next step must be a choice you make yourself. All right. He scraped his spoon around the bottom of the empty bowl. He could have more porridge he didn't want. Or take the bowl and spoon back to the scurry to wash them up. He could find a dozen ways to stall, he was sure. Or, as Tavel suggested, he could walk away. But he didn't want to do that. I'm not going to say I'm more ready. I'm not going to say I'm more ready for waiting. May we proceed? Lorelei nodded and stepped to the scullery door. Leo, do you know where Tavel is right now? Trokim didn't hear the other man's reply, but Lorelei shook her head and thanked him. She turned back to Trokim. Not quite yet, it looks like. He left an hour ago to do his round of the neighborhood. Ostensibly, he's checking that streets and interstices between buildings are free of flammable debris, and the second-hand shop haven't accepted fire buckets for pawns. Ostensibly? Neighborhood fire captain must check street for obstruction once a month, though not all of them do. There's no requirement to bother the pawn shop at all. She smiled. I think Tavel enjoys the exercise as much as anything, and it's a pleasant day for it. Almost clear still, but cooler than yesterday. The last few It feels like an or is missing here. Yesterday or the last few days. That's good at least. Took him pause. Do you know when he's expected back? Should I be doing something while I wait? Starting the salad or? Vanny shook her head. You can take your littering out of my kitchen. I've seen what I needed to see to give my recommendation. There's nothing more to gain by poking through the comb dump. Lorelei? Lorelei smiled. You should breathe for a start. Will you come back to my suite for tea, or would you rather wait in Kiri's office? I'm sure Tavel will be back soon. I'll have Leo ask him to join us. Lorelei would Lorelei would eat you alive, but she hadn't yet. And you remember Kiri's burning ember eyes, even when he had a reason to be in the office. Trokim's throat was dry. Tea sounds lovely, thank you. Lorelei held the door to the stairs, and Trokim preceded her into the darkness. They had finished 2 cups of tea before Tavel stuck his head through the door of Lorelei's suite. He needed to wash and change his linens, he said, but he'd meet them in Kiri's office shortly. Lorelei thanked him and drained her 3rd cup of tea, watching Trokim until he followed suit. Still think you're ready for this? She held the door for him. He grinned, a little shaky despite the chamomile that had filled his cup. I never said I was. True. She let him down the stairs and get the door at the bottom, though she held the buttery door. They passed through buttery and dining room together, the elf neither assuming nor yielding precedence. But it was Lorelei who tapped on the frame surrounding the half-open office door. Kira looked up. His eyes smoldered in the dimness of the windowless office. Is it time, then? By his own choice. Lorelei gesture took him forward, and he entered the room. Standing in front of the file stood centered on Kiri's desk. A scaled iridge rose. Well, yes, it shook back the title. Lorelia said that nobody here was superior to another, but how could Trokim be equal to a literal daemon? But if the courtesy would annoy the daemon, that wouldn't be wise either. Or courteous. He tried again. Yes, I'm here by my own choice, though, if the time is inconvenient for you. Lorelei swept past him and settled herself on the file stool Tavel had occupied the day before. Tavel will be down soon. Kiri nodded acknowledgement. He copied one last line from the closed, scribed wax tablet to his ledger, then set the book aside. Remembering the previous day's mockery, Trokim took a seat. The file stool wasn't uncomfortable, at least until Kiri finished his note and his eyes fell on Trokim. Trokim tried to return a confident smile, but it felt as false as it was. Silence stretched uncomfortably through, though when he glanced sideways at Lorelei, she seemed completely calm. Maybe she did consider herself equal to Kiri, though muscles, sinew, fangs, and claws all promised he could tear her apart with little effort. Did that matter, though? People assaulted one another all the time. They didn't need claws or fangs to do so. Kitchen knives that cut through meat with ease could carve the flesh of people just as well. Did that make Trokim dangerous? He didn't feel dangerous. Did Kiri? To himself. Tavel entered the office without knocking. Trokim didn't doubt he felt dangerous. Something in the way he moved, in the controlled power of his words, said Tavel recognized the threat he posed. If the pain artist hurt one, it promised it would not be accidental. Was he more dangerous than Damon? Less? It came down, he supposed, to the choice Tavel made, and the choices Kiri made. The choices Trokim made? You may repeat your petition. Kiri waved a hand. What is your goal in coming here? Employment, Trokim swallowed. Not for restricted services, but in the kitchen, as a cook. Under what term? Burning ember eyes held Trokim in place. He needed to name his own term? Trokim licked his lips. Nothing exceptional to start, I suppose. Wages enough to live on. I don't exactly know your budget, but I'm sure I can offer a fair value. You would expect to be paid in coin then, and purchase your food and lodging elsewhere to work for us rather than be of us? Yes? Trokim blinked. He felt like he was missing something, but he hadn't been working in the heat today, and he drank all that tea. That's how employment works. It can be. Jerry leaned back and tended his fingers. I fear, however, that we have inadvertently wasted one another's time. It has been more than 40 years since the Sanguine Horse last accepted regular employees. Oh. Trokim blinked back tears. He'd expected Tevel's position to be a problem, but this? Clumsily, he pushed himself up from the fallstood. Thank you for your hospitality, then. I apologize for the waste. He took a hesitant step toward the door. Nobody moved to stop him, though 3 sets of eyes followed every move. How could they have led him on like that? Let him hope. Surely they realized he needed compensation to work. A man needed to live. Another step, and a thought occurred to him. Tevel? Yes, Trokim. The man's tone was neutral, neither encouraging nor forbidding. How long have you worked here? I joined the Sanguine Horse when I was 24 years old. And how long ago was that? Tevel made his eyes. 21 years. 21 was less than 40. A lot less. Trokim bit his lip. If nobody's been hired for 40 years, I am not a regular employee. Because you're a paint artist? Trokim frowned. That couldn't be right. Surely you weren't a paint artist as soon as you were hired. That young? No. I spent my time as a paint artisan before I spent my time as a paint artisan before stepping into this role. Trokim licked his lips. The man was answering his question, but not offering anything more. Was this a test? Of course it was a test. Is anything not? Aurelie had said. But what was Trokim supposed to do with it? What was the right answer? What was the right question? In what way are you not a regular employee? I am a member of the household. I do not go to work and collect wages. I am at home. I contribute to and share in the profit of the house. Trokim bit his lip. What does that mean? It means that the question you need to answer isn't whether you wish to be associated with us, but whether you wish to be one of us. Trokim's head spun. I think I should sit down again. Perhaps you should, nodding to his recently vacated seat. All right. Trokim collapsed into it. I wasn't expecting this. Kiri's voice was dry. Clearly. So you aren't hiring regular employees because you don't do that. Trokim took a breath. But you have added to your staff in the past, in the time since you stopped hiring. Yes. We have. Yes. Would you be open to adding a cook to your household? Would you be open to adding him? Kiri eyed him. That was rather the point of this exercise, as I understood it. Right. Trokim tried to order his thought. It wasn't working very well. So can you tell me how this would differ from my expectations? Of course not. I do not expect me to read your mind and discern your expectations. Kiri's burning gaze bore into Trokim's eyes. Would you wish me to, if I could? Trokim didn't even want to think about it. Shook his head. I need to know, though, if I could afford, Aurelie smiled, offered some relief, to join the household? I suppose that depends on what you mean by afford. I mean, I need to eat, to rent lodging, to afford medicine and healers if I fall ill, fuel in the winter, clothing from time to time. Laurie nodded. Those are household expenses, yes. Household expenses? Tavel spoke, forcing him to turn away from the elf. If you're part of the household, basic needs are paid from the household accounts. Except rent, we provide lodging on site for all our people. If you wish to live elsewhere, it would be at your own cost. So, wood, finer clothing, if you can't successfully argue its necessity. Argue? Trukim had been raised to know his place, but then Lorelei said his place was equal to any here. How would I do that? Thorval shrugged. Costumes are the usual reason, but protective clothing might qualify. We expect adult members of the household to be mindful of communal needs when making requests. Alright, give me a moment to deal with this. Adult members? Lorelei's laugh pulled his attention back to her. He wished he weren't sitting directly between the two paint artists. Did he dare move his chair to the side of the room? Young children often need guidance to think of others' need as well as their own. But you let them argue anyway? She smiled. The argument that works for them are those that consider the need of others. How better to shape the behavior we wish to see? But why give them the choice at all? And what did this have to do with him? Well, anything. Anything. How will they learn to make choices if not allowed to learn and fail as children? Her smile was soft, but her words pointed. I would rather argue respectfully with a child who wants sweets than see an adult collapse for fear to voice his needs. Tavel made a sound of disapproval. I still have concerns. Lorelei held up her hand. We will address those, Tavel. For now, let us address Trokim's concerns. If he decides against joining us, your concerns will be moot. Trokim? I suppose, lately he realized she was asking Yes. Belatedly, he realized she was asking for further question rather than agreement. I'm truly not sure what I should ask. I had thought that you'd remained independent. I understand. She smiled reassuringly. We stopped hiring regular staff, though, because that independence was causing them harm. Some of them, kitchen help, laundress, general cleaning staff hired as day labor, were encountering harassment after working at the Sanguine Horse. In at least one case, a woman was assaulted in the street and didn't think to tell us. Trokim closed his mouth. But why? Why not tell us? Lorelei shrugged. They thought they lacked claim to our protection. They weren't part of the household, after all. Why would they be assaulted, though? For working here? It was Tavel's who answered, his voice grim. Assumptions are made about the Sanguine Horse, even now. Expectations of the services we offer, what they entail, and whether workers have a choice in client. There are those who will take by force what they are unable to buy. Trokim swallowed. Rape? Not anymore. Tavel met his eyes. He held them until Trokim looked away. Lorelei smiles sunnily, though how could she smile with that memory hanging in the air? If you choose to join the Sanguine Horse, you will not be without the same protection as any member of the household. As Tavel suggested, knowledge of protection is often a deterrent enough. You need not fear for your safety. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, Stream Raider Stream. I cannot word today. Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 80 allies. We're going up against 60 enemies. Baby Cookie starts us in the lead. Mono Bear's in second. Braggy takes over third. Oh, we've got an enemy next. Let's see. Nyx is in second. Sigma is in second. Nyx Flare is now in third. Baby Cookie maintains the first. Sigma's in second. Boneska takes over third. Ginger Gamer takes over third. And we're no, not quite done. Interesting. Why is this one not attacking? Like, I get that they can't attack it, but why is this one not attacking? Alrighty, and we are done. We've won. Baby Cookie is in first place. 1 kill, 26 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 16 assists. And Ginger Gamer is in third, 4 kill, 9 assists. And I've just realized what the new spell is about. It's about resolving my bleeping complaint. Alrighty, we've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a blue or sweet? Oh, blue or left. All right. Busters and Musketeers are no longer, not currently claimed. So, Red Dragon Inn gets busted. Act Jealous gets Musketeers. An Evergreen Elf gets gold. And we move on for the last battle of the day to a gold chest. And Archer it is. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this will turn out. Truckim nodded. He'd never thought about that aspect. Walking home from work? No, that wouldn't be an issue. Is that why you sleep on site? Why you... sorry. Is that why we sleep on site? Why you do, I mean. Not entirely. Really? Another update? Yeah, we had one not even an hour ago. The place was an inn before I received it. This one I would probably indicate who is speaking. We've got 4 people in total. The implication it's Kiri is probably not that difficult to reach, but I think it would still prevent a reader from stumbling. To have an indication of who is speaking. Not entirely. The place was an inn before I received it, so some room were already present. But yes, it does allow a certain security for our people. Okay, yeah, definitely. um, huh. And I know why I went for Kiri, because he's the guy, he's the person behind the desk. And to me, that is definitely a position of power, you know. And now that you've said that, I kind of remember it being mentioned, but I think it's in Leo's story. I see. Trokim swallowed. So I'd have room, board, and care as a servant in a great house. Would I have a chance to work up to get wages as well? Norley shook her head. Not wages, but you will share in the household earnings. 3/4 of Sanguine's horse income is allocated to common expenses, businesses, and personal. The remainder quarter is distributed to household members. When we thrive, you thrive. Trokim gaped. Surely not on an equal basis. Not precisely. Carrie, do you have the balance sheet for last month? Silently, the daemon passed his ledger across the desk to Lorelli. She leaned forward, forcing Trokim to do the same. You see, here's the session Dijana did last week. The total fee was 4 deora, one of which went immediately to site rental. There's a hunting lodge to reuse. Because that fee is passed through to her guest, its value is neither credited nor debited from Sanguine Horse proper fund proper. Of the remaining 3 deora, 1/4 will be distributed to household members. Dijana was the direct service provider in this case, of course, so you can see 1/8 share of the distributable fund will go to her. For dining room orders, that 1/8 share is distributed among the kitchen staff and stage performers. Any bibilier offered, of course, remains in the hand of the person to whom it was gifted. Trokim's head swam. So I will have some money to spend for myself? Oh yes, certainly. You'll be in the pool of people who choose not or are You'll be in the pool of people who choose not or are unable to register as sex workers, and there's a 1/8 share split among members of that pool. Even for work I didn't do? It didn't seem fair, somehow. You are part of the household. We succeed or fail together. If he were part of the household, Drakim corrected, but he didn't say it out loud. What do you mean by pool? A group of people, in this case, who share certain trait. The personal portion of Sanguine Horse's income, which excludes, as I've said, billet and pass-along expenses, is divided between administration, registered sex workers, those who are too young or unwilling to register as sex worker, and our literal children, plus the bonus to those most directly involved in its earning. Your children? Trokim blinked. Aren't they a bit young? Norelli shrugged. That's for their parents to decide. Orson's share is paid out to Leo and Coombs to Senara and Gizazane. I keep stumbling. Whether or not children can manage their financial affair, they do have needs and desires that are more easily satisfied when one has money to spend on them. All right. I suppose it made sense, though really nobody had asked his opinion. If I'm in the too young group, does that mean I'd be taking money from the children, dividing it into smaller pieces? No. Devel startled him, though of course the man had been there the whole time. Literal children and adults who are not registered sex workers are two different groups. You'd be taking money from Vanait, Chisazane, and Shannon, if you want to think of it that way. Oh, he knew Vanait and Chisazane, of course, but who was Shannon? And How do they feel about that? Devel shrugged. I imagine Venate won't mind, or she'd not have recommended you. I've heard no objection for Shannon or Jizazane, but I haven't asked. Emotion to Lorelei caught the corner of Trokim's eyes. You could ask them if you choose. You're known to Jizazane, and I'm sure Leo would take you up to speak to his mother. His mother? Trokim hadn't even thought about that, about what his parents would think. You might have been able to pass it off as just a job if you were hired, but that wasn't what he was being offered. She's all right with him working here and receives payment for it. Shannon's been here since before Leo was born. In a way, he's the one who brought her. As an infant? Pre-infant? Turkin shook his head. I don't understand. Lorelei smiled. Most diversion house prohibit children on the premises. Shannon had chosen sex work for herself years before. You might consider Leo a byproduct. She had a choice between ending the pregnancy, ending her career, or finding a house that would take her as she was. Trokim blinked. How did that work? Fairly well, I'd say. Lorelei smiled. Are you thinking ahead, then? Is raising a family something you'd like to do? I hadn't been. He couldn't even find a job. What right did he have to consider a spouse? Is that a possibility? Shannon found it to be so, though she never married. Jizazane and Sinara remain with us. Leo has Orson. You could speak to any of them. Lorelei Green, including Orson, though he may not stay entirely on topic. I can imagine. Lucan smiled. He couldn't help it. I'm not sure I've met Shannon, though. Does she serve in the dining room or kitchen? Not anymore. Lorelei's smile faded. Her knees bother her, and she prefers to avoid the stairs. She could ask somebody to help her with the lift chair. Its platform slide on tracks set in the wall, though somebody needs to operate the pulleys, or even carry her, but she'd rather stay upstairs. She'd rather keep her dignity and do her work in the solar than be hauled about like a sack of wool. She still works? Her joint bothered her that much. She must be old. In the solar? Mending, mostly, though what she can do with hair is remarkable. Hardly touched a yellow braid, still in place, and only slightly hallowed by the stray hair, despite last night's work and whatever sleep she had taken. We may contribute in different ways, but her work is as valued as any others. And I'd be working in the kitchen, right, if I joined? Primarily. Lorelei smiled. The cost is not hiring casual labor, is that we must perform necessary tasks ourselves. Trokim glanced at Tavel, like cleaning the latrina. He nodded. Just so. We try to place people where they can use their skills. Lorelei was still smiling. The kitchen will doubtless consume most of your time, though it won't all be devising clever salads. You might find you spend more time than you'd prefer washing dishes or cleaning the larder. I think Leo is happy doing the weekly market trip with Orson, so that may not fall on you, but you'll be expected to do any work that's necessary within your ability. He hesitated. Who decides what's within my abilities? You do. Who else? Trokim shook his head. It was in line with everything else Lorelei said. He glanced at Devel, who nodded. You are expected to act with integrity, of course, when reporting your abilities, and to differentiate preference from ability. Trokim swallowed. I understand. Do you? Devel held his gaze. You've done poorly so far. He hadn't claimed a preference as a need. He hadn't even let his need. I understand. I'm struggling. I can't deny I'm struggling with some of what you've said, what Lorelei said. My parents were servant. I was lesser in the eye of my household. To pretend otherwise is to pretend it is pretense only so long as you believe their lies. Talking about his head. The only answer he had to be yes, Dominus, but that was wrong. Here, that was the worst answer he could give. What could he say? Can you learn to do better? Learn? Trokim raised his head, though his shoulders came up with his ears. Okay, he's straightening. I can learn, yes, but not instantly. It won't be easy. Devil's face was grim. You've 20 years of practice accepting abuse. You'd rather diminish yourself than defend your needs. The learning won't be easy, and it may change more than you know. Is a job here worth it? A job? No. Trokim swallowed. But a place? I think it is. Devel stood. He walked to the door. With one hand on the latch, he paused and lowered. I hate you right now, Hangst. I really do. You played a note to perfection. And it's a note that hits me hard every time. Very few writers do it. Fulfilled hope. It's one of those things that hits hard. The moment through the darkness, the moment when light appears. All right, let's. and like, I knew that this is where we were going. And that's the thing, is that I knew he was getting hired. But you managed to convince me that it was in doubt. You managed to convince me that Trokim had to work at it, and he did the work, and he passed. That he and this is where, you know, you did it really, really well. Many writers will, because this is the thing as writers, is that our job is not to give the characters a happy ending. That is not our job. Our job is not to have the story end well. It is not our job. That is implied. No one picks up a book that doesn't make it clear it's a tragedy and does not know that there's going to be a happy ending by the end of the story. I'm always a little baffled by the sense that, you know, we should be surprised, but by the way that, no, we know from the start. I know the main character is going to survive. I know the main character is going to get what he's after. The writer's job is to convince me, and our job is to convince the reader that by the time they get it, they deserve it. That they've struggled to it. That they've put in the work. And, you know, I'm not saying that I should be hit as hard with every time, but the thing is that I should feel it. I should have this moment of, yes, finally. When the character gets what they're after, what, you know, the goal of the story is. And that doesn't mean if you're writing a series, it doesn't mean every book needs to end well. You know, but we know that we know that the main character is going to live. We know that the main character is going to be there at the end. So, you know, we need to make the reader feel that the character earned it. And here, you know, Trokim earns it. Like, and not only does he earn it, I knew he was getting the job. And that's, you know, until I reached there, I was no longer sure. Like, I saw it coming the moment he sat back down. It was, yeah, well, you know, I would say unless the writer made sure that you expected something to be jarring until he got there, then the writer did not do their job well. Because it can happen, but the thing is, it needs to be properly done. It's all in the execution. But yeah, like, you did that here. Like, you know, I saw it coming. Like I could see the light in the distance as he sat down and all that, and it still hit me. All right. All right. Tavel stood. He walked to the door. With one hand on the latch, he paused and looked over his shoulder. Ignoring Trokim, he addressed the other two in the room. Give him a chance. Are you okay if we end this here? Angst. It is walking away. Okay. You see, to me, Tavel's acceptance is the word. Like, because to me, him walking away was, there's nothing else to be done. The give him a chance is, yeah, this is worth attempting. Only 4 pages? All right. The door closed behind Tavel and Trokim slumped in his seat. Okay, and it is... Okay, this did not... Like, I was expecting a more significant scene break because of that. The door closed behind Tavel and Trokim slumped in his seat. He was shaking and cold sweat covered his face. His heart hammered hard enough he half expected it to bruise his ribs or bruise against them. Carrie turned, the seat at Trokim's right, scaled eyebrow raised. Lorelli? Her voice seemed far away. I think I can work with him, yes? The daemon nodded. Trokim? He blinked and sat upright, gripping the files through the arms and to still his hands. I'm sorry. I think I missed the question. The final decision is yours. We might make a position available, but whether to assume the position is up to you. Don't I need to ask around first? At least Gisazane and Shannon? Lorelei shook her head. You may, if you wish, but what change are you attempting to learn? To do better. That was too vague. Trokim bit his lip. To not see myself as lesser. Is asking everybody except affected for permission an example of that? She smiled. In 2 years, you may have the opportunity to register as a sex worker. Do you then need to ask each permission in that pool if they will accept you? Not now, I don't think. Perhaps in 2 years, if that comes to pass. But I don't think it's an example of seeing myself as lesser. I'm not greater either. And the difference between 1/3 of the pool and 1/4 is... He tried to do the math in his head, but the pounding of his heart knocked the numbers from his mind. Significant. Lori bowed her head. Very well. Perhaps it is best that you not sign a contract today. Wait. Trokim took a long, shaky breath. He needed to be calm. He couldn't argue his case if he couldn't breathe. I didn't say no. I didn't mean to say no. I want the job. But your emotional state is inappropriate for binding decisions at this time. She didn't look at Kiri. Perhaps she didn't need to. We did not mean to withdraw the offer. We do not mean to withdraw the offer. But even when negotiating a single private session with a guest, it is our practice to send them away with a contract unsigned. They need time to think about it, away from the immediacy of their service provider's presence. And so, I think, do you. Maybe. He swallowed. But will I get a contract? If I choose to take it, I mean. Yes. You can consider the details in your own time, reading them at your leisure. Have a friend or, if you can, your own cosidicus to look over the legal terms. Trokim shook his head. Cosidici trained legal representative charged far more than he could ever afford. One of the students at the boarding house might be training in law. There were enough of them that surely any specialty must be covered, but he did not know any. Is that necessary? If we were trying to cheat you, I would say surely no. And if we are not trying to cheat you, then I should say no. At which point the question is reduced to whether you trust us. Trokim swallowed. If I understand correctly, on accepting the contract, I would become you, part of you, and I must trust myself. Give me a moment to take care of this. I need trust myself. Kira's lips twisted into what might have been a smile. If, that is, we are telling the truth. To bind oneself to a contract on red is an act of severest folly. Right. Took another breath. Thank you for the advice. I'll be sure to do what I can. It is difficult to do more, Norley smiled. Shall I have somebody show you around while Kiri draws up the draft contract? Show me around? I saw the kitchen yesterday. Quite a bit of it, as I recall, but I thought you might like to see the private areas. I'm afraid your room would be less extensive than my own, for instance, but you might like to see the solar. But that's where you'll likely find Shannon, if you still want to talk to her. I don't think you've seen the dungeons either, though that might not be as relevant to your daily life. Perkins felt his face color. Perhaps not. It really depends on your preferences and how you get along with others in the household. Of course, of the friends you have visit, you should probably talk to Leo about that. Though I suspect he's shoulder deep in laundry right now. Perhaps you could go out later this afternoon? Games that spawn. Was she planning the entire rest of his day for him? And if she did he mind? Oh, Kiri, do remember to include a social allowance when you're doing up his contract. Social allowance? You're only 22, you said. He nodded. Then, for your first 2 years, you'll have to follow the same rules when spending time with peers that Leo did until he turned 24. He'll be in the best position to explain, I think. Oh, Twickham nodded. He could talk to Leo. The man had been kind the day before and patient, but you said he's busy, and I shouldn't be doing that salad Venet mentioned. And shouldn't I be doing that salad Venet mentioned earlier? So eager. Lorelei smiled. Why don't you go start that, and I'll hunt down Criseda to show you around. I would question the need for this scene break here, because these are definitely continuation. There's not much of an actual break. Okay. Having said that, it definitely feels like this is a chapter break. Like this is the end of a chapter. So yeah, that's probably why it's there. In the context, I'm reading it. Because I'm just getting indistinct block of text. This feels like it should flow together, but I would end a chapter right here. This is the perfect place to end a chapter. You know, especially after because the reader at that point will need, the reader who reads with even a little depth will need to be catching their breath. I don't expect they're going to be hit, that most of them will not be hit the way I am, because like I said, that's a note that's that hits me very hard. But there, I expect that, that this is a place where a core against conventional wisdom, you want the reader to put the book down for a few minutes. Alrighty, we are going to have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 53 allies. We are going up against 58 enemies. And we are off with Ginger Gamer in first place. Mrs. Noodle is now in first place. Let's see, Ginger Gamer is now in first. Jenny Mon is in first. Arcade Jealous was in first. Miss Noodle is back in first. Lucifer is in second. Art Jealous is in third. And we're done. Jenny Mon is in first place with 5 kills. Mrs. Noodles is in second place. Oh, wait a minute. They're tied. Both of them are tied in first place. Lucifer is in second place with 4 kills. And Foxy Fan is in third with 3 kills. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a blue or Swede? We do not. Gold is up for grabs, people. Shinobi. Do we have a Darth? Yes. Darth Torlin is there, and the Flying Rogue is not claimed by anyone. So, Mrs. Noodles gets gold. Rio Lane gets Flying Rogues. And I get scrolls. 2 more scrolls. Alrighty. And with that, the battling for the day is done. Oh my, both of them. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Placement will start for an insane battle. We will have Skin and the boss, and then whatever the next map provides us. I will be right back. Alrighty, so I got about 10 minutes. Is there anything specific you want me to take a second look at? Specific questions from me? It flows very well. Yeah, this flows very well. Well, but I mean, yeah, the thing, like, the story itself flows very well. And like I said, when we get to this point, it definitely feels earned. Okay, honestly, like, if you had ended the story right here, I would have been satisfied. I know that's not the story you're telling, but everything is built in such a way that Joachim getting the job is pivotal. It is his want. So like if you had like if you had just ended it there, I would have gone, cool, good read. Like, you know, because yeah, like I said, this is very satisfying. How much is left to the story after this? Two more sessions? So 20 or so thousand words? Okay. $1,600. Cool. All right. I am curious to read them. Alrighty, is there anything else? Trying to tying up loose end with Cressida, touring the dungeon, letting stuff sink in, and actually moving in. My only concern is that 16,000 words feels a lot for Denuma, and that is personal. You know, it is definitely a stylistic choice. I tend to very much end my stories on the end of the story. Denouement for me usually takes place in the epilogue, where I explain that I give a sense of what happens after. But like I said, this is personal. I mean, ultimately, I don't like I. This is, you know, I enjoy your writing. Your writing reads well, so I expect it's going to be, you know, it's going to read well too. The only thing I will say is I hope there's not another emotional high. Yeah. And because you know, this definitely needs to remain the big emotion throughout through the entire story. And yeah, like I predicted BDSM simply because that is sort of how you open. You open with the scene, the way I remember it, and stuff like that. Like I would have to reread the actual opening to, now that I know where the climax is, to see if the opening works in relation to that. Because, you know, I know it doesn't open with him in the Sanguine Horse and the scene taken. I know it doesn't open with that. I just don't remember how it exactly leads up to that. So I think I would have to reread that. Well, maybe not 3. Mainly because 1,600 words is more like 1.5 at the rate things have been going. So, so I figure that once we're done, I mean, the thing, like, I don't need to reread the entire start. I figure the first 2 pages will give me a sense. Well, basically everything leading to him sitting down in the Sanguine Horse is probably all I need to read, because that's the start of the story to me. And right now, in my really bad memory of it, is I'm not sure if it opens leading to that, or if it opens leading to expectation of a BDSM scene. I remember it touching on both. But again, my bad memory doesn't allow me to go, okay, which one is more obvious? And so that's why I would like to look at the opening again to see if the way it opens makes it, yeah, this is, you know, and it doesn't have to be an arrow pointing in that direction, but, you know, I want to look it over to confirm that the information, the hint is there, that is something. But yeah, definitely, once I'm done with the whole story, I definitely want to yeah, should definitely do that. All right, so as the read and comment comes to a close, I will end the stream with a raid to Sable, as guided by James. Thank you, everyone, for dropping by and keeping us company. Thank you, Angst, again, for the privilege of doing this. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild. And in the afternoon, I will be working on Desperate Treatment. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.